That's not Rachel. You're right. It's me, Eric. I figure I'd initiate the stream, explain what's going on, what's going to happen here for a little bit, and then hand it over to Rachel. Why don't we, all three of us, head outside for a sort of introductory segue cigarette, and then um, once the thing's got a little momentum, I'm going to hand it up to Rachel so I can continue working on this thing here. And it's interesting. This is a very interesting thing to do. I'm watching some other people. They only have like 291 subs or something like that. But they're typing people, I guess. And I'm watching them type in. I find it interesting in part because I find the questions they're asking interesting. I think they're doing a good job of asking questions and letting him talk and listening to the answers, which I think is a bit of a problem for some typologists. C.S. Joseph, for example. And I also just think they're asking interesting questions. However, I, at least for me as a typologist, and it should also be the case for everybody, but uh, there's no way I can determine anything conclusively from just answering these kinds of questions. It does not appear yet, anyway, at least in the first half of the session part. I'll skim through the second half, but it does not appear in the moment, anyway, as though they're doing any kind of actual skills testing or what have you, or actually testing functions at all. But they may be making observations about how functions are displaying in response to these general questions, I guess. That's not a good way to type people, of course, but they're my goal here is not to slam these people with under 300 subs for their typing people approach. I'm I'm not particularly going to comment on how they didn't do what they should have done. Instead, I'll comment on how well they did what they did do. So I've listened. I see all the questions here nicely. The first half of it they chaptered, and I guess then they got lazy. Because then it says part two for the whole second chunk.
I want to show you something. I follow someone who did hair for like a news reporter for the Oscars, and like it kind of like is an example of dressing against your essence, or like things not being like, I actually think the hair doesn't really go with the outfit.
Okay.
And I don't think the outfit, like whoever told her to, like this, I'm going to guess that Space Mod is in, because based on this picture.
Hi, FU Pikachu. How you doing? Space Mod?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Can I make it bigger?
I guess not.
Did it show the bottom of it? No.
No.
Okay. So moving it around will make it show the bottom of it. It's just not in the picture. What's my thought on it? I kind of feel like I need to see the bottom. But it's it's a bold, odd kind of choice on top. But I feel like I'd be unfair in judging it without seeing the
Okay.
bottom of it.
Okay. I think it goes against her essence.
Well,
Or that if it is a mod looking dress, that she should have mod hair.
okay. So you mean mod like MOD 60s mod?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Gotcha.
it's boxy and
Yeah, it does have kind of a mod. Mod, it needs to be a
mod.
little bit more mod, like thinner down here.
Mod is very boxy.
Okay.
But
I
but
guess
but
I
it
guess
could
mean
it
more
could be
60s.
it could be a bad fit too.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's very flattering on her. I also don't know what her body looks like, so I have no way of knowing if like
Right.
is that the most flattering it could be, or who
Well,
knows?
sometimes that's what happens with the trends. If it's something that's trending for the Oscars fashion, you get options of what's trending.
Um, Another times, ask, am I still institutionalized? Well, I never have been institutionalized, but if I were still institutionalized, it still would not change how we evaluate the words I say.
I was institutionalized.
Every person's words should be evaluated on their merits, having nothing to do with their living status or whatever,
I was
mental health status or anything
institutionalized.
else. Yeah, you were put in a hospitals because of your mental illness issues.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it might have been the case that when she was in a fugue state with mental illness, she was less likely to say something correct, or maybe more likely to say something incorrect. I'm not saying yes or no to that, but the reality is each of her statements was nevertheless either correct or incorrect on its merits and had nothing to do with her state of mind or being. Words get to be evaluated independently of the person speaking them, which is one of the wonderful things. Nobody has any monopoly on saying the right thing. Words, words being correct. It, you could be a homeless guy, but if you're making the same arguments as I am on this thing, then you are just as correct as me. It doesn't matter. And I will hand you off to Rachel here in a little bit. Hey there, but I will. Oh, I see. But I will. Do I have Riz? Well, I do have enough Riz to have attained this beautiful young wife of mine.
Thank you. You do have Riz.
Am I old? I'm even older than you think,
Whoa.
Avantika. I'm 300 years old. And you might say, is that an approximation? And no, I actually am exactly 300. It just happens to be the round number. A lot of people think round numbers are never random. They're just as random as any other number.
You know, though, when you turn like one after like a big birthday, like when you hit 50 or whatever, at 41, I have to remember the one.
Oh, you're 41 now.
Yeah.
You would have guessed 23. Well, I've had a lot of work done, And I obviously have a better plastic surgeon than Jim Carrey.
Yeah, you do.
Have you fought? Did you fight in the front lines with Alexander? No, 300 years ago was only 1726. So I was actually one of the people who first came over to America, and I was part of the English colonies for about 50 years, and then I fought in the Revolutionary War, defeated the British, almost single-handedly, but obviously then I served in the state legislature in the great state of Virginia until, appalled by slavery, I relocated to Massachusetts. Then I fought in the Civil War. Then I I fought for women's suffrage. Then I went to World War One. Then I had the Roaring Twenties. Then the Great Depression. Then World War Two. I fought in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq. I'm currently fighting in Iran, and that brings us up to present. As far as education, you were institutionalized. Well, while it is true that I went to school, in other words, an institution of education, it is not the case that I am somehow crippled in my understanding of things or intellectual correctness because of that. Hello, Israel. Hello, Iran. Favorite president? Polk.
I don't think it's a coincidence that I went to Polk Street School for elementary.
Yours truly was named after a good president.
Yeah.
That's exactly what a president should be like. He was like, all right, fine, I'll run, but I'm only serving one term, so don't even bother trying to get me to serve a second term. And then he did only serve one term.
Wow.
Despite the fact that he had a great, successful first term. That's the kind of guy you want to be president. Somebody who doesn't really want the job, but feels like they're willing to do it because they know they'll do it better than anybody else.
Do you think that Trump is gonna get a third
Oh
term.
no, no, that's not going to happen. He won't be able to uh, get on the ballot. You know,
Oh, really?
yeah, there are um, there are bodies of organizational stuff that oversee elections. What's it called? I don't know what I forget what it's called. But anyway, they oversee elections, and you have to meet certain criteria to even get on a ballot, right? And and he does not meet those criteria because he's already served 2 terms. What work do I do? I'm currently not working, but my career was mostly as a competition flow debate coach. No, another times because um, you know what? I don't want to get into this with you. In fact, because I've encountered so many different, advocacies, affirmations, explanations, etc., and because I've encountered so many different kinds of instances, uses of language, ranging from yours to absolutely brilliant, uh, what I'm doing is not simply accepting things that I hear or read, as is obvious here. You seem to think that because I learn something that I assume it's true and predicate conclusions on that. Absolutely not. Uh, and ever more so, the more I learn, the more correct I am at distinguishing between things that have legitimacy as positions and arguments and things that don't. So you're wrong. If you were right, then the way to be more correct would be to be more ignorant, have less data to engage. So obviously, you're full of shit.
Is it okay that I'm girl that like hearts like basically all your pictures like of a person's pictures
You heart all of a person's pictures?
on their most of them unless there's like 20 plus like pictures then like I'm like all
I
right.
mean, if somebody you like posts occasionally, you'll always heart it.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. But everybody has their own relationship with indicating approval on social media.
Yeah, it's just me being like, yeah, girl. But if there's like a lot, then I'm more discerning. I'm more like, okay, if I'm gonna sit through all of these, I have to actually really like. I'm not gonna be hearting all of them. I might not even be watching all of them. It's a
Yeah.
lot.
Well, I mean, everybody should be driven to watch that which they want to watch and find entertaining, not watch things out of a sense of obligation.
Mm.
All right, let's see what's going on here. What if God made you work on Walmart for 24 hours a day and 7 days a week? Well, I'd die in fairly short order. Well, I mean, I agree that it's conceivable for Trump to attempt to run again and to attempt to change those rules. He himself has indicated he's not seeking a third term. But, okay, another times.
No, he said that he
I,
wanted to.
I,
I guess that he changed his mind.
he wanted to what?
Run a third term.
No, no, I'm talking about another times.
Oh.
Oh, but I see what you're saying. Oh, I'd heard he had indicated he wasn't going to run third term. But
Maybe he
him
changed his
contradicting
mind.
himself is
Yeah,
just par for the
yeah,
course. So who
yeah.
knows, right?
I hope he doesn't. He's
I have a master's in aerospace engineering, still learning new stuff daily. Another time says that the fact that you think you're always right proves more. I do not think I'm always right. And the fact that you say that means you're not hearing what I say. I have both indicated many times that I am relatively often wrong and corrected
that's
by
just
people.
human.
And the difference between me and other people is that when I'm wrong and I hear a good reason I'm corrected, I say, "Oh, thank you for correcting me. My position is no longer the wrong one."
Did you get cigarettes?
Yes, I did.
Where'd you get them?
Boot check. I
Oh,
also
it's
went into
open.
town and got stuff for the pond.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got Yeah, I know. Rachel's gonna take over in a little bit.
Yeah, get ready for some Rachel talk.
These days, old people don't have this much knowledge. Well, these days, in general, people, if you're comparing other people's, say, discursive efforts against mine, well, I am very rigorous and good at explaining things and determining what's correct. I'm not always correct, but I'm good at determining when I'm not. So I'm going to hand you over to Rachel's competent hands, and I'm going to go in there, go poo again, and then I'm going to continue working on this video for Drayshawn. Or about involving Drayshawn, or whatever you want to say. I think I'll turn on the heater for a few minutes. What do you think?
That sounds good. Thanks. I hope my liver is nice. Thanks, Show Media. Well, you know, like, he does admit when he's wrong. I'm not really here to talk about Eric, though. He might be brought up in a little while, but right now, I want to talk Oscar looks. We can do women first because it's easiest, and then maybe men. So, what do we predict? For some reason, right away, my mind went to feathers. I don't know why, but maybe faux feathers. Feathers. You think like showing off the booty is gonna be big? I think silver. No, I haven't seen one battle after another, and I heard it was really good. Because Leonardo DiCaprio is in it, I just cannot watch it. But I heard it was good, so it's disappointing. Oh, really, Show Media? Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad that you didn't think it was, that you didn't like it so much. Yeah, my friend said that Sean Penn was good in it, and actually that Leonardo DiCaprio wasn't good in it. She didn't like his character. Another time, I'm not here to talk about Eric like that. Like, you need to talk to him about it if that's what you feel. Like what? Like what? He's just like a party bro that doesn't have like any morals. You know, he's like part of the Diddy crew. He's no good. How come those guys with the little hats were dancing when the towers fell? I don't know what that is, AT 7915. Well, like here's the thing, like people learn in different ways. Like he that's social media, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but it's not, I don't care about that. It's the debauchery. Like he's fucking no good. It's like he learned how to party, how Diddy parties, and he's friends with Toby Maguire. Just like not good stuff. He learns by SI learns by experiencing it. And when he is wrong, he will admit it. But it's just, that's just like, I don't know. It's just how he is. I'm not here to defend him. Eric learns by SI. He has SI fourth. Yeah, we do. Cause like, okay, so feathers, silver, like sequiny, like sparkly, silver. Um, you think we'll see florals? Florals would be a big bold move. But it is getting to, I don't need help. Um, but it is getting to spring. Hey, Diamond, I'm talking about what I think maybe looks that happen on the red carpet. So right now I'm thinking about the women. What feathers popped in my head. Um, I was just thinking maybe florals would be a bold one. I'm attracted to Eric. Um, silver. I was thinking silver and sparkly. I like silver too. That's why I'm like saying it, but I really don't know. Um, last year, I believe, or the year before, we saw a lot of sheer. I don't think we're going to see a lot of sheer. So there was this. Mermaid style dresses just popped into my head. We haven't seen that in like 20 years. That could be a comeback, like mermaid style dresses where they're like, like form fitting on top and then like billowy on the bottom. Cheetah print. Cheetah prints in or what is it? Leopard print? Animal print is in. Fur, I could see fur. I was watching a video just now. There's still an original Pizza Hut classic open in North Carolina. Like classic as in like a sit down place. Cause like I got Pizza Hut with Eric in Arcade, like by Arcadia. A lot of them have been. A lot of the old Pizza Huts were made into other stores. Diamine says, I saw a vid of an OG McDonald's that's still open. It looks so cool and so authentic to the original version. Eric and I and his dad, when we went to go see the volcano in Hawaii, stopped at a McDonald's that like hadn't been touched since like the 90s. Uh, I take Zyprexa. I don't know if that's an antidepressant. I take Prozac too, but that's like in combination with my Zyprexa. How about you? I just wanted to talk about trends. Hmm. You think we'll see women wearing suits? But I think I'm gonna see. I feel like the men are gonna wear blue. A Labubu dress. Who would wear the Labubu dress? What makes you think that you need to take them? I I had to take them because I told my doctor that my Klonopin was making me depressed. Lady Gaga, yeah, she would. But you know what? She goes real classy when it comes to like fat like the Oscars. She likes to go old school glam with the Oscars. Exactly, it is Rachel the live stream. Lady Gaga is your spirit animal. She was born in Yonkers like me. She's a Yonkers girl. I lived in Yonkers until I was 2. And then I moved to, yeah, Yonkers, New York. I mean, possibly Billy Kidman. I don't know. Like, I knew someone who got like surgery to lose weight, and he was still like self conscious. Me and my friend ended up jokingly saying that Lady Gaga is sent from God and she is a prophet, so we say, May the Gaga bless you. Nice. I don't like that Lady Gaga's blush size changed so drastically. It used to go from like a really big pan where you were like getting what you were paying for, like it was worth it, to like scaling down way. I mean, Fly Guy, I agree with you. I just was framing it in a more positive way, I guess. I don't know. She denies that she like was born there too, but like when she before she really blew up, like this is like maybe like 2008. Um, I read in a magazine that she was born in Yonkers, and I was like, oh, that's cool. So was I. I think there might be some white tuxes for the men. White tuxes with like maybe black line like lapels. I really hope we don't see sheer. I'm over sheer. I ate an entire jar of salsa with a pint of ice cream. Those are two very different things. I want some dandy dapper stuff for men. Okay, so like what kind of stuff would you like to see? That is like a pregnant woman, Casey Jones. Kind of like the Fujikazi song, I Need You Back. I don't know that song. I don't even know if I know that band. I might know like one song. I know a lot of songs from bands, but only like one. They can wear whatever they want. They can change fashion every 6 months. For men, only appropriate to wear the same five things. Yeah, they try to go different. Like I like when like they snazz it up. Like you can like wear a different pair of like maybe like your sock, like wear red socks and like a red like scarf thing. You know what I'm talking about? You could like you could do like little things because like sometimes like there's like the Lenny Kravitz of it all who wear like you know a jacket. He tries to go more like edgy and like will wear like a tux that's like a deep V without like any shirt underneath it and like bell bottom pants like it's true like men are more limited. You can like snazz it up a little bit. It's kind of like nice that it's more limited, honestly. Sometimes the women you don't like you're like a slave to what's popular at the time. So um like that's why I'm trying to guess what's going to be trendy because like say like leather for some reason is really popular. Your stylist is going to give you options that are leather that should fit you, should suit you. Casey Jones says, I'm digging the Adam Sandler basketball shorts and hoodie. Yeah, there are some women who are like that. He's my fashion idol. Adam Sandler is basically anti fashion and wearing what you're not supposed to. Yeah. He could get away with it though. He's been in the industry for a while. I mean, he has his own production company, so he can do what he wants, basically. Whereas, like, if you're like an 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, like 20 up to 25, like you're going to have like a team usually. Um I don't know. I don't know. Things are changing for sure. So a lot of celebrities are having more say in how they dress. but it could be tough because the like a lot of a lot of people, like even friends that are friends with the like, what do they call that, like the friends of like the star who like they'll go with them to their fitting and stuff, their entourage, and like sometimes their entourage is just like, oh my god, that is so great, when it's not. And the stylist will be like, you know what, I'm not really sure. Like a good stylist will like actually say the truth, but it's really hard when the entourage is telling the star that like, oh no, that's slaying. Well, that's why you have to have like, uh stylist is like really key. If you have stuff, like if you have preferences, um like if I were on the red carpet, um well, it's so weird because I can't even picture myself there. Like I'd be like I would totally be a writer. I was saying to Erica, I was like, you can be the star, the famous one. I want to be like a writer. Um, because we all saw he can act. Um, but let's see, like I like more, like I would love like a dress that is like fitted at the top, like, and then like kind of like comes out like a line with not like tulle but like sheer, like but like not sheer bottom, like layers of like sheer, like let me show you. Drew Barrymore, Golden. Like I like something like that. I think what's important is intention. If you break fashion rule by accident, you look like a fool. If you do it on purpose, you're a rebel. Thanks, Diamond. I like it. It's simple, but that's like what I would lean towards. And then like say like silver is in style. I would like a dress that's silver in this kind of style. But like I feel like I would like do that over and over again, maybe. A lot of draping. Cause like I need draping for my body type. Like I'm like the mod look, like I was saying, if the mod look is in, mod looks look terrible on me. Yeah, very Greek goddess style, yeah. Yeah. Um like I wouldn't be able to pull off sheer. Well, like I said, like that's white, but if like silver, say silver is in, right? I would ask my stylist to like get styles like this in silver if it's possible, because sometimes like this style might not be in and you're really limited with what you can get. um But I do think having a stylist that you trust and you, I mean, when you're beginning, you're like lucky when you get like names and stuff. I don't know. I mean, this is, I don't know what year this is. Go away. I do. I like how flowy it is. It's straight down. No. I used to ask ChatGPT actually. I used to which outfit was best. But then I would get different answers at different times and obsess about it. I actually like but see like that style that's like 2000 something 2000. When did that movie come out? What movie is that from? The I could do that, but I just don't like ChatGPT anymore. I get frustrated with it more than anything. I don't like that it uses so much water. I didn't know that it uses a lot of water. That's not good for the environment. Like fuck that. Especially when you don't get like great um when you don't get great answers. Yes, apparently it like takes like tons and tons of water to process like the servers for ChatGPT. So I think this is going to be a popular style. Oh, no. I think a popular style you'll see at the Oscars is this. Very sparkly. So maybe gold is going to be in. And that's sort of mermaid style. I think we're going to see more mermaid style. I think we're going to see. I'm sticking with feathers. The Paul brothers, Logan Paul and what's the other guy? His brother, Jacob Paul. Logan Paul and Jacob Paul. I don't know their names. Like they made a movie completely out of AI. Jake Paul and Logan Paul made like a fucking terrible action movie. Uh all AI with them in it. And August the Duck was like, I can only imagine like how much water is taking to make this stupid ass movie. I saw some of it. It's like it's so AI. It's so like it didn't like I remember seeing part of it and being like, "Oh, that's weird. The shadows on his face look weird." And then it was being revealed that it was AI and I was like, "Oh, okay." Shadows are apparently difficult for AI to figure out. I like that. I like that shadows are difficult. I like when AI has difficulties with things. Thanks for the hearts. I appreciate it. Let's see if Pinterest. I mean, if the mod look is in, expect very boxy, short things. I wonder if one day AI will get shadows right, because even humans struggle with shadows when learning how to draw. Maybe not, though. If humans have trouble with it, then it's easy for. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Stinky Starfish. I live in PA and they're trying to put a ton of data sensors up near me. Ugh, that's talk about ruining the landscape. Um, no, I don't want to log in. Fine, fine. Yeah, I'm in northern PA, so it's a shame that they put that shit in our cities. Yeah, it's probably like really rural, no? Like, what do you have like lots of trees around you? What is northern PA's topiary like? What styles? Yeah, mostly mountains, tons of trees. They're proposing them all over. Oh, most of the plants involve cutting down a ton. I hate that hearing. I'm so sorry. That's so that's so shitty. Just for like a computer, like it's crazy how like the psychosis has been happening too. Like a lot of people have psychosis with AI. Hi, two people that are here. What styles? Come on, what styles? Okay, how many people Okay, I'm gonna do a poll. I don't know how to do a poll here, but let's see. How can I do a poll? Man. Okay, so who's gonna win the Oscar? Timothy Chalamet? Michael B. Jordan? Or someone else? Okay, so actually I found some sites that show like styles that are trending on the runways. So we can expect some of this stuff. It's very structural. Very structural. Some throwbacks. Still sheer. Sheer's still in. Sheer is still in. Okay, so first we have Hey Alec T. Menswear. Da Vinci for women. Men's will I said that I was wondering if tuxes will be fashionable on the runway, but maybe suits for women, or maybe that's just a style for men. Then this structured dress. Like I don't even know what to call that bottom. I like it too. Sartorial, what does that mean? I also like this. This is something easy breezy to wear too. And I actually like the oversized bow. It looks like a dream to walk in. But again, it's sheer. It's got sheer elements. So I'm thinking I'm wrong. I'm thinking sheer is going to be in. This is even sheer. Sheer and lace. Elegance, craftsmanship. It yes, yeah, it is. That dress this dress shows craftsmanship for sure. So then there's this. This is lace and sheer. Black and white. Some feathers. I was predicting feathers. Now we have this. So this is very oversized and shapeless. This is basically unstructured. And I can see some people going for this for sure. Because it's kind of it's more modern. I couldn't pull it off. Yeah, avant-garde, exactly. You're finding the words that I lack, Alec T. Thank you. Yes, it's avant-garde. So avant-garde is going to be in. This is avant-garde too. You know, it kind of is taking like notes from nature because it looks like mushroom, right? And it has mushroom elements to it. I don't know what that's called. Is that avant-garde too? Here we have sheer and velvet. I was wondering if boho was going to be in because this is kind of boho too with the belt like that. I was wondering if velvet was going to be in because it's not spring yet. Um, Even though it is warm. I actually never would have predicted it, but I like it. Polka dots are really in for 2026. So I think you're going to be seeing a lot of polka dots. When I was shopping for summer dresses, I saw a lot of polka dots. This is kind of like retro vibes with a fun twist, kind of. It's pretty retro, more like 50s. We have velvet again. This is kind of Grecian, but adding the velvet adds weight to it. Yeah, it is beautiful. I agree, Natalie, Catherine. It is so elegant and ladylike. These are trends that they're saying are going to be on the red carpet for the Oscars. You know, I like this too. I wouldn't like this on me because I already have hips and it would just accentuate them. But this is like structural mermaid, you know? Like the structure of the dress, but it is like kind of princess style at the same time. But again, like I think a more straighter body like fits that would suit that where like someone with a lot of curves. Yeah, it's ethereal, exactly, otherworldly. That was velvet. The burgundy dress was velvet. This is interesting, and this is Chanel. Basically like Chanel pattern twill or that pattern, you know, they have that jacket and skirt set. I forget what they called it, the pillbox set, all the way to the ground. It is interesting. I would say no to this dress. If I know it's Chanel and you're supposed to say yes, but I would say maybe if I put it on, I'd feel differently actually. Yeah, it is nature themed. I think it's supposed to be having floor. I think there's florals going out. It's not, you know, it's really not terrible. I think it's probably a dress that I would put on, and if I had my hair like this, I would like it a lot, you know. Um more casual elevated wear. I guess this is like snowy tree mountain inspired, tundra inspired. You know, like the night sky. But it's very casual, very loose pants. Almost the construction is almost like uh sweatshirt like or sweater like. Yes, Arctic vibes. So we might see some really relaxed looks. Dior is going structural also. There is silver, but it's more chain like. It is silver. I'm not a huge fan of the addition of the florals. I think they should have just kept it with. I think the structure of the top of it, and the kind of draping of the bottom of the skirt is enough. I don't think they needed the florals. We could possibly expect to see this. So this is another big house, Dior. I don't know if this is mermaid style or trumpet style. This is probably trumpet. So maybe trumpet style skirts will be popular. Black, I was wondering, my mind kept going to black as being Oscar trendy, but I'm like, ugh, black is always Oscar trendy. Me too, and I think a person with a youthful energy could really pull this off. Kind of gamine energy, kind of gamine classic energy. If you have that, you could pull that off, and like kind of youthful too. I was really hoping to not see this, but again, Sheer is still in. I really thought Sheer was going to be out finally, but Sheer is still here to stay. I think this is just for the runway, sure. For a date night, okay. But for the Oscars, I wouldn't want to wear this to the Oscars. But there are some people who want to feel sensual. It's not terrible. I think it's a hard sell for the everyday person, but for people who dress up, yeah, it's just artists and celebs. It really is. Oh, the mod look I was thinking about. I think you were gonna see a lot of mod looks. This is like mod. It is mod and kind of Edwardian combined with the square neckline, kind of empire, but it there's no waist to it. It's got 1960s vibes. Yeah. It's probably nice to walk on. Well, it looks maybe possibly real, so not that one. Sure, I will, Jayshawn. It's okay. I will let him know. He's probably going to hop on again on this live stream. You're welcome. He's watching the session that you suggested right now. No, if you've seen an email, he probably hasn't seen it already. I actually am more on top of his email than he is, so I am the person to talk to you about emails for sure. Oh,
I
hey.
forgot to send you the plug.
Oh.
Figured I'd remedy that before it becomes a problem. I'm making good progress. I have processed all of one of the clips. The last clip is, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to process it. When you get to the end of that video and the person's giving their analysis of his answers, I can hardly make heads or tails of it. It's some kind of like they made it up kind of system with a bunch of metaphor and stuff. I don't know what to make of it, but that's the last part. I got it to edit the cutting of it, and then I'm gonna take a break, and then later after that break, I'll make my video using those clips.
Okay, so it's going to be me for a while. I don't think Eric's going to be live streaming anytime soon. He's working on Drayshawn's video. I could have told him there, but it's hard to jump in with any. Oh, this is also Chanel. You see some feathery work here, also sheer. You're welcome, Jayshawn, no problem. That's always what happens, Allie T. I had I always look for the opportunity to say it, and then the moment passes. So I'm slow. Hey G, I'm trying to predict the trend, what we're gonna see on the red carpet. So this is for because the Oscars are tomorrow. So this is one of the so mixed fabric. Yeah, inferior moment for sure. I mean, I'm having an inferior moment with this too, describing like you've been putting to words what I've been trying to say about the the essence of the dresses. Like I don't have the words for what the certain things look like. This is interesting. This is Louis Vuitton. It's kind of medieval, casual. It's kind of like Gap means medieval. Like, what would you call this? Because, like, it's like pretty basic. Yeah, like the collar reminds me of like Queen Elizabeth the First. Yeah. And keeping it really like simple. And that's why like the bottom reminds me of the Gap. Gap means gothic. And the shade is like a hunter green. So I wonder if we'll see a lot of dark green too. I'm going to say that. I'm going to predict for the men we'll see a lot of dark green. I'm predicting blue and dark green. This is interesting. Balenciaga. We have some. It almost looks like, the sky, like a comet going through her. And it's very drapey. Eric is working on something else. Thanks, human. We're doing predictions of. Thanks, Alex. He was really like I was really searching for that. Like I'm searching for words. It's ignoring. Um, we're doing like what trends that are going to be on the red carpet. So I think silver is going to be popular, and I do think glittery silver in particular is going to be popular. Okay, this is another. I don't know what this is. Like kind of boho Shakespeare. I don't know what this is. Yeah, that had like intergalactic vibes, like boho Shakespeare. That's a big house, yeah. Chloe. But I can see this. I can see people, I can see like a person definitely going down the runway with this. Again, it's black. I think we're gonna see a lot of black. Was I kept on thinking to myself, black, 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 but I didn't want it to be true because it's so basic, but I would probably choose black. I would want silver, but I I fell in love with a black dress, I would. I like this, and I think this is also youthful. Oh no, where'd it go? This is pretty youthful, I believe. Um, I don't think I would look good in it. I don't know, maybe I would. I like this. I don't know what style that is. It's still kind of avant-garde meets like prom dress, which I like. I actually really like that dress, and I like the cobalt blue. You can't really see on the screen, but she has like cobalt blue shoes on. I really like that combination. Like if I was being styled, I would want to keep that combo. Yeah, you're right, Alex T. I don't tend to be inspired by outside things. Like there are people who can take a Monet painting and their outfit can be resonant of that painting. Yeah, I guess my style is very millennial. Like the styles that I was saying that I was gonna wear was very Grecian and like drapey, very like 2006. And I can't help it. I can't help it like that. This sequins and blue. I'd like to see someone wear this. It's very dramatic. Hi, Alex. Hold fast. Yeah, it is a high confidence, lots of drama, spy movie vibes. Yeah, for sure. Like if I were to dress in that, I would be going, I think, against my essence. I have very low dramatic essence. But if I put my hair back and like wore like a smoky eye and a nude lip, like yeah. And this is very opposite. Same house designer, but this patterns patterns seem to be sort of like wallpaper pattern seems to be like a trend for the dresses. This literally looks like wallpaper from the 60s. Eric is doing work on other stuff. And the ends also sheer. Sheer is very, very popular. Okay, here we go. Sheer again. Again, sheer. I'm so sick of sheer. I don't know why. There's just something that like I want to keep sheer in the bedroom. I don't know why. Maybe I'm being prude, but like I like sheer for like sensual, like not for award shows. Yeah, these are the again, it's black. So yeah, it is literally lingerie. I don't know. I just don't think that it's appropriate for the Oscars, but it seems to be very trending. So I think we're gonna see a lot of sheer on people for the Oscars and sheer black and burgundy and possibly green. Again, black. Black is gonna be big, big. High collar. It's so true, Alex. Here, that's how I feel about fashion. And that's it. So I'd say we're gonna see sheer. We're gonna see modern takes on historical um fashion. Uh a lot of like long sleeve, fully clothes. So they're the opposite of sheer. We're seeing like long sleeve, high crew neck collar, column dress kind of. Um, I think polka dots, and I think mid-century. Um, velvet. Yes, Victorian, Edwardian, Romantic, Shakespearean. Sparkles. I think we're going to see a lot of sparkles. Feathers, I think um we're going to see 60s box styles. Shift dresses, I guess they're called. Architecture dresses. One thing is for sure is sheer. They're sheer. They're all I did all the dresses. Sorry. There is fungi inspired dress. This one kind of I think is inspired by a mushroom. No, not like a yeast infection. Yeah, there were forest and mushroom themes on the runway, but it wasn't necessarily translated in the clothes, which is surprising. The middle mushroom part is the whole thing about the dress, though. I agree. I mean, yeah, true. That did. And you're right, the Chanel did also with like the wintry night um kind of sweater, relaxed pants outfit. I'd love to see relaxed looks. I'm not it's weird like I feel like sheer lingerie should stay in the bedroom, but like this look this look doesn't bother me at all. I like this. There are some people who just look good in relaxed clothing. And with the like texture and the colors, like I feel like this is okay for the red for the Oscars. Yeah, and that looks makes sense. And like you said, the other one, this one too. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I like it. I guarantee you that would be the dress that like if like my stylist showed me a picture like this picture like hey I'm thinking about getting you this dress, what do you think, or like Chanel sent this dress because like Chanel sends you the dresses, you don't get to pick Chanel. I'd be like oh, but it looks like she's like wearing flats in it too, which is even better. But I really feel like it would be one where I wouldn't like it on the rack, but I would like it on me. I would wear my hair back, really simple. You know, it's nice because you don't really need to wear any jewelry with it. You could wear, winged eyeliner and a pink lip and flats, and you're ready to go. I bet that's the one I would choose. Well, you don't keep the dresses. You borrow the dresses. It's not usually. I would love to wear this dress, but I couldn't do it without working out like a beast beforehand and like eh. This reminds me of a prom dress I had, so I already like feel comfortable in it. This might be my choice with the cobalt blue shoes. It is like a little bit like a mermaid because the top is very shell like. It's kind of jellyfish like too. Gee. Thanks, human. I'm not the type to like I want it to feel more organic. If it does look great and I would just have to lose like a couple pounds, like whatever. But like I don't know. It's not worth it for me. It just seems counterintuitive for me. Thanks, G. I appreciate that. Thanks, Alec D. I it, but again, like there's a lot of like yes people around you and stuff. So no, I'm not fasting. Oh, you're asking if you fasted. Typically, I don't eat 3 meals a day. I'm a snacker. Are you saying you're a snacker? Uh, usually like 1.5. Yeah, Eric eats in meals. Thanks, human. I think I just look good, period. Thanks. Music is great. Breakfast. Today I had egg whites, turkey bacon, and half a plain bagel. That sounds good. I was just thinking how like they say that red lipstick, like especially if it's blue base, like makes your teeth look really white. But I'd say it's the opposite for me. Dinner after work, angel hair pasta, spinach, chicken. That sounds yummy. Good for you. I like angel hair pasta. Thanks. Yeah, it really is. Because I wanted to feel put together. I wanted to feel put together, and why was he hidden? I don't understand. Just because the person said it hurts. I feel like that was a little timed out. Maybe I don't know why. Anyway, I didn't want to wear mascara because sometimes when I wake up, I have like goopy eyes and my like lashes are more difficult to work with. So I was like, but I still want to feel put together. And if I wear like a more muted lipstick, it looks like I need um it looks like I need some sort of eye look cuz like, these are my eyelashes are they are the way they are. They used to curl more, but they've changed. And I'm interested to see as my hair gets more gray, what kind of texture it will be because some of these grays are really wily. I'm definitely gonna have to start using when I have like gray hair. I'm gonna have to start using like a deep conditioner and stuff. Change up my hair routine because it'll be a lot more dry and and prone to breakage. I find that a lot of my grays break easily. What hurts? Me like going like this? I don't know. I wasn't offended. If my face hurts, that's like a good thing. It keeps the wrong people away. Next timeline. I do like if I watch too many videos about like people's looks and face cards and that stuff, I think too much about it. Thanks, Alec T. I've come so like back in the day, I believe someone told me I was a winter. Then I read that winters like can't have like blonde, and I was born with like dirty blonde hair. Um, so then I was like, okay, I'm not a winter, but I think I am a winter. I don't know what the fuck, yo. No, I don't share everything about my man with my girl friends. Yeah, I got turned into a winter. All I know is that I think I don't know, I fucking know. I was born with like blonde hair. My hair was light, but it turned brown like as soon as my hair came in, really. Like when I was like 2. Yeah, like when I was 2. I don't know, Alec T. Um I was thinking about how I always go back to long hair because it's so easy to deal with when it comes to like putting your hair up. Like if my hair is bothering me, I'll just put it in a bun. I do feel torn because I like bobs a lot. I like one length bobs a lot. Um but like it's easier having long hair. Showers are more annoying. It takes a lot more um and I would have Eric cut it. It takes a lot more shampoo and conditioner. It takes a lot and it's a lot. Wash days are a lot. Shampoo and conditioner days are a lot. I dread it actually, not gonna lie. I'm like, oh. But someone said that a hairdresser said that if your hair is naturally wavy and you use a moisturizing shampoo, you don't need to use conditioner. So that's what I've been doing. But I know I can't keep up with that like once my hair is gray cuz like look, like there's like broken pieces like throughout it. Like I'm going to really have to condition it. Yeah, washing hair. I wonder what the what is it called when you find out like where the word comes from? If I washed my hair every day, it would just be like so good. Not etymology. Um Maybe etymology. Yeah. Yeah, the etymology. There you go. What's the etymology of shampoo? Yeah, the root word. Yeah, exactly. The root word is what I meant, but etymology is also what I meant. Yeah, like I wonder if it's like French shampoo. It sounds like a French word to me, but where does it come from? What is the etymology? Etymology of the word shampoo. It's a Hindi word. The word shampoo originated in the 18th century from the Hindi word cha champo, which is the imperative form of sham champ yeah, meaning to press, knead, or soothe. Thanks God, my on toes. Originally referred to a head massage with oils and herbs, a practice introduced to Britain from colonial India. So, gee, yeah, shampoo. Shampoo is an Indian word that we use all the time. Does it make sense? Because like I don't know if this is a stereotype, but like I think of like Indian women taking care of their hair. Men too. The culture just taking care of their hair. They do. The oil is part of taking care of their hair. Thank you for confirming that, Diamond. Like, I don't know if that's like racist to say now. It just looks greasy and wouldn't fly elsewhere. Well, then it it just makes sense. Like their connection with hair would make sense that a hair product would be a hair product's word would be Hindu. Yeah, like I guess it is a stereotype that like Indians care about hair. I don't fucking know. I would have just called it hair wash. I like that. So, I don't know if you guys have heard about the Timothy Chalamet controversy where he said that he doesn't want to be working in a dying industry like the ballet and the opera. Um, well, there you go. So the stereotype, it just happens to be true. Um, so people are like you literally come from a family of people who like made your career possible because they worked in ballet. We always will need janitors. Janitors not a bad idea. So there's a cutoff date for the voting, and I think it was before. I think the cutoff date for the voters of the Oscar Academy. I think he said it after the voting was done, but there was bets on who was going to win the Oscar, and um before he said so around the time when the voting for the Academy was going on, he was winning by like 70%. And that's where the bets were going. After he said the thing about the opera and the ballet, the votes changed and people were betting on Michael B. Jordan winning. No, I don't like Chump. I mean, it just like if he had been like, I context matters. He did say more stuff about how he's afraid of the movie dying. Um and how like he doesn't want to have to struggle like the opera and the ballet does, and I don't know if he has like personal cuz his mom was in the New York Ballet, I believe, and his sister teaches ballet. So like he might know firsthand of the struggle it takes for people who are in ballet to like make it happen, but he didn't say that. People don't like they didn't like his delivery. They thought he sounded arrogant because he wasn't taking into consideration other people. I like opera and ballet, but I'm not offended. It's just he's just full of himself for saying that instead of admitting he failed at those things. I mean, look, when I heard it, I'm like, he's not wrong. We're watching Naked and Afraid currently, and Stranger Things we're gonna rewatch last season. He's not wrong, right? Like opera's very selective and is very expensive, and ballet is not cheap either. And you put your body through a lot in ballet. Most opera is in another language. It's very niche. Um, I really think it was just his delivery. For me, it was also just people doing more gotchaisms. They're very quick to let everyone know when they think someone has said something that isn't right, even when they have no skin in the game or weren't directly involved in the least. Well, they're theater. They're also in the same media. They're both theater. Um and literally like Timothy Chalamet grew up in New York City because his mom was able to get like housing through the ballet. I'm just saying, if he had been more eloquent, maybe put in a little bit more FE or FI, probably FI. Um, Oh yeah, it definitely did make sense. And apparently the ballet is thriving and it's hard to get tickets. It depends on where you live too, right? Like in New York City, like the Met is huge and the Lincoln Center where I think stuff goes on too is stuff. I don't know. I thought it was everyone loves a villain, right? And I think people already don't like Timothy Chalamet. So they're looking for someone to latch on for. I don't think he said the worst thing. Um I just don't think that uh he recognized like his face after he said what he said, like he realized like oh shit, like and people reacted very negatively. A lot of people did not like his what he had to say and are actively rooting for him to not get the Oscar. But again, like I said, like he said these comments about the opera and the ballet before the after he said it after the voting by the Academy. So he could still get the Oscar. That's true. Actually, people they brought up on YouTube things that he said about the opera and the ballet like years ago. Well, they publish you can tell when people have a good publicist. I don't think he has good media training. I think media training is important, and if you notice, like a lot of uh Disney kids, like Selena Gomez, Zendaya, they had really good media training because they worked for Disney, so they know how to like interact. Well, fucking, there are exceptions. I agree, Dying Mind. I don't like the dude. I really don't like the dude. Like, um, I really liked Call Me by Your Name, and I thought he was really good in it. And then I thought he was like okay in other films, but I thought he was really good in Call Me by Your Name. Um, but he also didn't talk much in Call Me by Your Name, so I don't know how good of an actor he actually is. He plays a really like quiet character in a Call Me by Your Name. I just expect people to evaluate their vantage point from before weighing in their positionality, their place, where they're coming from. Shoot me for saying that someone should evaluate themselves and think for a second. Wait, I've never actually gone to the opera or ballet, nor does anyone I know. Is this what he's talking about? I'm not offering a contextual situation reaction, just a reaction. Yeah, and like, I don't think it's wrong to say that you're scared that the industry that you work in is struggling, because less and less people are going to the theaters. Like more and more people are just streaming. I mean, I can't tell you the last time that we were in the theater and what movie it was. So like, to be nervous that that's going to happen to you like it does to other art forms is like real. Um but yeah, like it does like lack media training, because if he really feels that way, he should be able to say it, right? Um I'd rather an authentic person than just a well media trained person who says like nothing. I don't know. I fucking don't know. I just know I would never be able to deal with it. I would never be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to do it. So I would love to like write for like a movie. I used to write scripts with my sister. Um and like maybe have like a background, be like a background character, but I wouldn't want to get famous. Seems to like really affect a lot of people. Like people who are like actually cool, like Emma Stone, she has a good reputation and like is a good actress, but like she's had a lot of work done. Like Anne Hathaway, like, oh, I'm gonna be so distracted by her plastic surgery in the new Devil Wears Prada 2. That's another thing. Like, I'm not gonna see that in theaters. I'll definitely see it when it comes out. um on HBO, but I'm not gonna see it in theaters. I don't know why they're making another Devil's Wear Prada. Like the whole thing was that she like dumped the job. That's how it ends. Devil Wears Prada. Spoiler alert. I mean that movie is like 20 years old now. But like what the heck? Like that you're like so like happy for her at the end. For like leaving a job who that abused her. I don't know, fucking sequels. Yeah, the sequels trends and the remake trend. And people will see it. But like how is it gonna be good? Because Devil Wears Prada was based on a book, and I feel like stuff based on books are better than like I don't fucking know. I don't know. It's not entirely true. Original scripts are good too. Just takes more creativity, I think, and imagination. A lot of imagination. But I feel like I don't know. I'm conflicted because here I am saying that like I think writing is a great form in the entertainment industry. Like that would be something that I would like to do. But then again, like Game of Thrones, like you could tell the seasons where the books aren't written because they're different from the first like what 4 or 5 seasons. Yeah, and I think that if Timothy Chalamet had been like, yeah, I feel like we're in the dark age of cinema, and um I really care about my profession in the arts or whatever, people would have been more like, okay. It would have been like a nothing burger. But the way he said it or something, I don't know. It looks like he got filler too. He no longer has like his face anymore. No, he's not. And that's the thing. Actors really aren't diplomats. They're actors. Um, do I think an answer as flippant as Blake Lively's answer to this film has pretty dark topics about it that a lot of people can relate to, like what would you do if a fan comes up to you and says that they were affected by your movie, and she goes, oh well, like I can give him my address, would drop him a pin, like that's true, Fly Guy. A lot of actors nowadays are nepo babies. It really started in like the 2010s. Like the show that I watch, Girls, is it's all nepo baby cast. Lena Dunham comes from a family of rich artists. Um, Allison Williams is Brian Williams' daughter. Jemima Kirk's dad was, I think, in like Bad Religion or something like one of those bands. Uh, and Josiah Mehmet is David Mehmet of theater writer's daughter. And that was in 2012. That was a huge show for its time. Um, and I think that really is where, like, besides, like, like Drew Barrymore and stuff, but like now, like starting with the millennials, I guess, like it started becoming like nepos. And like honestly, like Lena Dunham was just playing herself, and also like Jemima Kirk was just playing herself. There was like no acting there. And honestly, I feel like Allison William was just being herself too. I Not that there was anything wrong with their characters. Um Clearly, like, I like it because I watch it, but you know, I do see its limitations. Well, there are some really good actors. You know, Daniel Day-Lewis comes to mind. Good actors are able to not play themselves. Eric did good acting. You have to be like, you have to have bravado. Method acting is really like intense too. Again, like something that I wouldn't want to do. Embrace fully like the character that you are, especially if it's like a darker. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm not saying that these, like, children of privilege, nepo babies, babies of nepotism are like bad at what they do. Um it would just be like really great to hear a story like Keanu Reeves. Theatrical acting, I mean, you have to really be grand in your gestures and loud in your voice, and um a lot of actors, it used to be the thing to go onto Broadway and show your stuff, because if you can make it on theater, then you really make it. Yeah, it's very expressive. Um but I don't hear that as much. You know, I mean, the like entertainment is like crashing because a lot of like younger people, and just a lot of people in general, are like sick of like them. A lot of I hear a lot of TikToks about how they like people don't are over the celebrity. They don't have like an answer to what to do once like celebrity is like brought down to earth. But I don't know. Maybe they look to influencers instead, which is still not great. Influencers lie all the time to get like money. Although a lot of people are getting sick of influencers too because they're like excuse me. The influencer life is not excuse me. The influencer life is not relatable. Going on like Louis Vuitton hauls, having caviar with your chicken nuggets. It's like not relatable, so people are like, can we just get like makeup tutorials instead? We don't want you to sell us something, and also like we don't care about what you buy. So like a lot of influencers are kind of struggling right now too because their audience they're losing audience numbers, views. A celebrity who lost a lot of um followers. I would think so, Fly Guy. I would think that influencer, it comes in fast and leaves just as fast. Yeah. Who would like a tarot read? Bam! Who would like a tarot read? That reminded me of like Beastie Boys. War! Can't stand it. I know you planned it. I've been out the gates since war the gate. Tarot read. Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. Celebrities need to be propped up, and their fame is a vein for many people's wealth. Without that support system, self-made influencers won't have the longevity of Hollywood stars. Listen, y'all, listen, y'all, this is sabotage. I don't think they did any Diddy shit, so they can be like hip hop people who like I'd be okay listening to. I think from the East Side, because the East Side rap and hip hop were Diddy and um Jay-Z. Can't believe I used to listen to Jay-Z. Okay. Honestly though, tarot read. Who would like a tarot read? Alex T, I'm going to do a tarot read for you. I'm going to do current focus. Gives you insight into what you need to be focusing on right now and choose 5 cards. Alex T is first, and then show media. Alex T. You were just the first name that came up. That's why I did Alex T. Okay. Focus point. This is your reading. Focus point. Knight of Pentacles. Unwavering, stubborn, cautious, unadventurous, thorough, obsessive, realistic, pessimistic. Background, 10 of Cups. Your background is feeling joy, enjoying peace, looking to the family. Thanks, human. Bye-bye. Influences, the Magician. Card 1 of Major Arcana. Taking action, acting consciously, concentrating, experiencing power. Action needed, 5 of Pentacles. Experiencing hard times, suffering ill health, being rejected. And the outcome, strength, Major Arcana number 8. Showing strength, being patient, being compassionate, achieving soft control. That was your reading, Alec T. Now show media. You're welcome, Alec T. I'm glad it was resonant. Current focus. Wait. Focus point. Focus point is Queen of Pentacles, nurturing, big-hearted, down to earth, resourceful, trustworthy. Back this is what it looks like. Background. Knight of Swords. Direct, blunt, authoritative, overbearing, incisive, cutting, knowledgeable, opinionated, logical, unfeeling. Influences, Queen of Swords. Honest, astute, forthright, witty, experienced. Action needed, 9 of Pentacles. Being disciplined, relying on yourself, pursuing refinement. Outcome, 3 of Swords. Feeling heartbreak, feeling lonely, experiencing betrayal. That comes with taking care of yourself sometimes. You're welcome, Show Media. Teabag's next. I'm glad, Show Media. tea bag. No, you don't want one? Okay, I'll do one for myself. One, two, three, four. That's my reading. Focus point, 9 of Cups. Having your wish fulfilled, feeling satisfied, enjoying sensual pleasures. Background, Justice, one of my favorite cards. Number 11. Major Arcana. Respecting justice, assuming responsibility, preparing for a decision, understanding cause and effect. Influences, Major Arcana number 10, 14, 15, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 18, the moon. Is that right? Is the moon number 18? Yeah, it is 18. Okay. Feeling fear, believing illusions, stimulating the imagination, feeling bewildered. That's my influence. Action needed. 6 of Cups. Experiencing goodwill, enjoying innocence, focusing on childhood. And outcome, 10 of Cups. Feeling joy, enjoying peace, looking to the family. Pretty decent read. I'm going to save that one. Anyone else want to read? A tarot read? Okay. All right, tea back first and Fly Guy. And then I'll do one for Carrot. You think Carrot will want one? Even though she's not here, I can do one for her. Okay, tea bag. Well, that's fair enough. Tea bag. This is your reading, your current focus reading. Focus point, Knight of Wands. Charming, superficial, self-confident, cocky, daring, foolhardy, adventurous, restless, passionate, hot-tempered. Background, Justice. Major Arcana number 11. Respecting justice, assuming responsibility, preparing for a decision, understanding cause and effect. Influences, 9 of Swords. Worrying, feeling guilty, suffering anguish. Action needed, Ace of Pentacles. Using material force, prospering, being practical, proceeding with trust. An outcome, 10 of Cups. Feeling joy, enjoying peace, looking to the family. Pretty good. Pretty good. Not that there's any bad readings, really. You're welcome, Teabag. Okay, Fly Guy's next. I started thinking about the Oscars and it distracted me as I was picking them, so I'm going to do yours over, Fly Guy. 1. If it comes out again, those cards, it was meant to be, you know. Well, one of them was meant to be. And that was what you'll see. This came out as your outcome, and I was like thinking about the Oscars. I was like, no, I'm not thinking about Fly Guy. I need to focus. So anyway, Fly Guy, your focus point, 8 of Pentacles. Showing diligence, increasing knowledge, paying attention to detail. Background, 3 of Cups. Feeling exuberant, enjoying friendship, valuing community. Influences, number 16, Major Arcana. The Tower, going through sudden change, releasing, falling down, having a revelation. Action needed, Knight of Swords. Direct, blunt, authoritative, overbearing, incisive, cutting, knowledgeable, opinionated, logical, unfeeling. And the outcome, Knight of Cups. Romantic, over emotional, imaginative, fanciful, sensitive, temperamental, refined, over refined, introspective, introverted. Not a bad read either. Not a bad read either. I'm looking on Reddit for things to talk about. Let's see. Rob Shooter, Britney's former publicist from 20 years ago, quote, "The Britney we see today is who she always was." I used to be Britney's publicist about 20 years ago. I was working on the Britney Spears PR campaign. This is some insight you're not going to hear anyone else because I've met her. I've been around her. I know her. She was never a polished pop princess. Continuing comments. I said before a few times and will say it again. She is who she has always been. Whether she was being set up to be the biggest pop star in the world or doing karaoke bars in Louisiana, she was destined to be who she is. The difference between the world stage and a CD bar is the income disparity to provide her with drugs, mental health treatment, detox rehab facilities, luxuries. Brittany is going to have bipolar disorder no matter what. She was going to struggle with addictions, struggle with adhering to stability, struggle to create and maintain meaningful relationships with anyone around her. Unfortunately, her disorder came at an age when she was at top of the world. She had a well padded bank account, access to everything, and an inability to make sound decisions. This is what created Brittany. This is what it has cost her so far. It will cost her her life and livelihood in the near future if it remains to be this bleak and unregulated. Like, I have bipolar and I take my meds and I'm able to live fine. Oh, I don't know. And she hasn't been diagnosed with bipolar, I don't think. I don't know. Has she been diagnosed with bipolar? Like, I feel like that's like really like, first of all, like that's so like revealing. I'd be so offended. I'd be like, who's this dude talking about me? Like, I don't remember knowing that uh Brittany was bipolar. I don't think it's ever been like stated. That's so I don't like that. Like I like that discussing Britney's site because like they like clock her weird behavior, which I appreciate. But like I don't know, that's like scummy like to be like I've known her for over 20 years and she's just been like this because of bipolar. Like I don't think she's been diagnosed. Like if she hasn't been diagnosed, it's not the bipolar. Has she been diagnosed with bipolar? Me and Britney Spears? No. Yeah, why did you post that twice? I did answer. Oh, my bad. I see. No. No, I know, but I just want to know if they're clinically it's been like verified by a doctor cuz like I don't think as many people have bipolar as they say they do. I mean, I know like Selena Gomez, I think she's bipolar. Like, I know a lot of people are bipolar. I'm just wondering if this dude who's talking about her, I don't know. I don't like what he had to say. Like this Reddit also like posts like pictures of her like that from her Instagram. She's not doing well, but I would say it's more drugs than bipolar. Obviously, he can't say drugs, but he could also just not say anything. I'm agreeing with someone on the girls Reddit that the last episode of the series was not good. It wasn't good, and the second to last episode should have been the last episode. The last episode of Girls season 6 was terrible. I don't know why they went the route they did. So many things in that show, like I was like, why did they do that? Has anyone else watched the show Girls? I know I'm talking about it and like that's one of the things I talk about and I don't think you guys watch it. I don't know. No, it's not like The Boys. It is really a girly show. I wouldn't expect many men to watch it. I was talking on Reddit about how I agree that the last episode was terrible. Um and actually if you go on to I think it's IMDb, they rate the episodes of the show and the last episode is like rated really low. I thought that was cool. I like that. I like that they have like ratings. I'm going to see what they have for Sex and the City or Rick and Morty. Yeah, they do. They do have ratings. Like Rick and Morty's first season gets like really good ratings. It is Richard and Mortimer. Oh, that's cool. This is just IMDb. And it'll show you like which one's the top rated. Give me a TV show that you've watched and I'll tell you what the top rated episodes are. based on IMDb. I don't know. Lena Dunham's kind of like I felt like she wanted to be like novel. And it was just like, no, don't be novel. Like, we don't like the show because it's novel. You might think that we like the show because it's novel, but that's not why. Well, they have okay, so I was explaining to Eric and I was like, you're never gonna watch this show, so I can explain this to you. I was like, they have test audiences for shows and movies, um, to see what performs well, because if something needs to be changed because an overwhelming amount of people voted a certain way on what they liked or didn't like, then like usually they'll make changes or something. Like they have test audiences. And Sex in the City, I had the DVD set, and with the DVD set came with commentary, and the commentary said that, and it actually had the last 3 episodes. The DVD set came with commentary, and the last the test audience last 3 episode options. So the last episode options was Carrie ends up with the Russian. Carrie ends up just by herself with friends, and Carrie ends up with Big. And they said that the one that tested the best was her ending up with Big, because it makes sense, because the people were watching for 6 seasons, her getting like jerked around by Big, like, and like doing stuff that like you want them to be together at the end. I actually, like, a long time ago was like, man, it would have been cool if she just like ended up by herself with her friends. But I now understand why the test audience was like, no, we want her to end up with Big. I mean, it's one of the reasons why the Sopranos ending is known as one of the most disappointing ending of a TV show, because it left things so open ended. Like people like conclusions, like you said, Fly Guy. And like the Seinfeld's like last episode, terrible. Game of Thrones, terrible. Lost, I know a lot of people were disappointed by Lost. I know Eric really liked the first few seasons of Lost, and then he stopped watching because it was just, he said no. And he's picky when it comes to television. Yeah, so there is something to giving the people what they want in in place of originality or imagination or being different. Yeah, you do like that one? I really was like, this is how they're ending it? What a weird way to end it. But hello, Fonk 95. I'm sorry that like my topics are very Rachel centered. Um we can talk about how you guys experience fourth slot. Fourth slot is SE for me, and I think a lot more about doing stuff than I actually do it. They say the fourth slot is more mental than it is actual happening in the real world. And if I try and practice like being coordinated, like hand-eye coordinated, like I can do it. I was a good driver. So but like it's something that I have to practice at. It's not something that is automatic, I feel. Fourth slot. It's not automatic where you look like an SE Dom. It's like okay, bye, Funk. What is INFP? INFP is FINESITE. How would four slot TE play out? I don't have like the NE to like to ramble on like Eric. Like I do admire his NE. He's able to like really like just talk and talk. For me, it's like very limited. How does SE like act out for you, Fly Guy? Do you use your SE? I feel like I have to practice SE, and I definitely think about it more than I do it. It's very on and off. And I wonder if that's the nature of four slot, that it's on and off energy. Sometimes like you're really into it and then sometimes you're not. Thanks, G. I appreciate it. I want to give you wonder points for that. You imagine it's the same as mine, but is it though? My all-time favorite word? That's a really hard question. It's so hard, bro. Flovsky. I feel like I'm going to be totally cringe, but joy. I like the word joy. Hi, Heather P. Thank you. I am wearing lipstick today instead of like mascara. C. That makes sense. The on and off energy. That's on and off energy. What you're describing, Fly Guy. I imagine my SE is like a huge rock. It's hard to get moving when it is. It's hard to stop. Yeah. It probably is longer. It has grown. I could use a haircut. I'm trying to get it to like where when I cut it, it'll be like this length. Ninja, huh? That's a good word. I like the word frugal. I think it's a funny word. Inertia, yeah. I definitely feel that, Fly Guy. My most random hidden talent? Oh my god. Guessing by a picture what year it was. Hey, Gorilla, Agria, Sinakori. I'm answering what my most random hidden talent is, and I think it's guessing the year by a picture. That's not That's not so random, but that's a good talent to have, bro. Some somewhere with some pride sing songs. Yeah, others feel ashamed even hearing those words. Tisk tisk. What are you talking about? But it's not tasty. Well, if you like to cook, just keep on doing it. You should do what you enjoy. Yeah, I've definitely reached puberty. I think one of the reasons why I thought I was a 7 Enneagram for someone for so long was that like I associated joy and positivity with 7, but actually like 9 is and is a positive Enneagram. Okay, yes, I will. Sorry about that. I don't mean to butcher your name. I'm really not good with enunciation. My first kiss, I think it was like, I don't know, 12? It wasn't great. Yeah, I like the word frugal because it's like, I mean, I like that it means like, pinching pennies, but like it's a weird like word. Bagel. Clap is a good word, but then it's also associated with an STD, so that's unfortunate. I don't know what STD, but I know that it is. Cool, G. If you're happy and clap your hands. My mom used to sing that to us when we were kids. If you're happy and clap your hands. Hey, Annas. If you're happy and then you really want to, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and clap your hands. Yeah, I know it's a nursery rhyme. My mom used to play that with us. We were happy kids. That's how you know I'm not SI polar, because like I have like links to like music. Takes on ongoing war around the world. Good luck with that. Godspeed. What do you mean, may I? I like the word excellent. I like the word awesome. Obviously, I like the word cool. I say it all the time. All right, clap is. Oh, frugal. Yeah, it's like a fun word. Frugal. I like obviously the word cool because you say it a lot. Wonderful is a good word. I like fantastic too. I like the word dream. Sing. Music is a cool word. Um, cool, I like tea. Space. Space is a cool word. Someone brought it up. I'm answering. What's your favorite word, Michael? Bowditch. So many great words. I agree. Who, me and Eric? You're right. You're right, G. Ooh, fast. Mm, I like the word major or majorly. If I can do what? I don't know what you're talking about, G. Baloney's a cool word. Lollygag is a word. A good word. It is a funny word. Lollygag is a funny word. You don't hear it that much anymore. Protrude is a weird word, a funny word. Protrude. I like veil because it almost feels like the thing itself, the way the word sounds. Yeah. I can't have, it's hard for me to like a word that has like also a negative like connotation to it. Well, Well, excuse me. I'm sorry. I burp a lot when I drink soda. Used to burp a lot when I drink beer. Beer makes me burp a lot. If you had one superpower, Rachel, teleportation. They are cousins of hiccups. Defensorate. What does that mean, Fly Guy? I like commiserate. Hand, stone, door, says Alec T. That's what he likes. What are you talking about, G? Commiseration. Let's commiserate. Ooh. I'd be a speedster, Rachel, or Professor X. Professor X is a good one. Defense estrate. Thank you for sounding it out. It means to throw something out of a window. Huh. Defenestrate. I'm not going to remember that word. I have such a. I really do have the memory of a goldfish. Like stuff that I learned, like songs that I learned when I was so young, like all Beatles songs I know like so well. But like songs that I listen to now, I have to hear them over and over and over and over and over to even get it like down a little bit. Ooh, Viper. Vipers scare me. And I don't like the car Vipers. They're too flashy for me. Like if like a guy, if I was dating a guy with a Viper, I would just like automatically be like, or like going on a date, I'd be like, oh wow, he's a douchebag. Fleur de lis. Fleur de lis. What does that mean? Fleur de lis. Were you a cat in a past life show media? No, they don't sleep with us. No. They have not been sleeping with us these days. No. What does that mean, G? Hemotoxic. cat month. Why is it? How is it a cat month? Is cat the same as rabbit? Oh, I see. Type of venom, rattlesnakes. I'm a little scared of snakes. Pisces is cat / rabbit. Yeah, I thought the cat and the rabbit were the same. Toxins that cause bleeding. Eek. You love snakes? Eric loves snakes too, but like they scare the shit out of me. I didn't grow up around snakes. I didn't grow up around a lot of wildlife. So like my day master is wood rabbit, so I'd actually be wood cat. Something about lilies, Rachel. Hey Carrot, I did a card reading. Would you like one? It's like current focus. So something that you're currently focused on. 5 cards. Lilies are pretty. Cool. Three main categories for snake venom: neurotoxic, hemotoxic, and cytotoxic. What do they each do? Okay, carrot. I gotta. Hey, Adi. Okay, this is your current focus. Focus point: 5 of Swords. Acting in your own self-interest, experiencing discord, witnessing open dishonor. Background: 6 of Swords. Feeling the blues, recovering, traveling. Influences: Ace of Wands. Using creative force, showing enthusiasm, having confidence, proceeding with courage. Action needed: Page of Pentacles. Have an effect, be practical, be prosperous, be trusting / trustworthy. And the outcome: 10 of Swords. Bottoming out, feeling like a victim, being a martyr. It's true. Parents don't like why. I used to always ask why a lot, like the TI. When I would babysit and they would ask why, I'd just be like, because. Sometimes I would explain to them, and then if they would still ask why, you're welcome, Carrot. Then, I'd just be like, I don't remember. I usually would explain though. If I didn't have an answer, I don't think I gave it to them. But I do remember as a kid being like, why do I have to go to bed like at this time? Like, I'm older than Kat, my sister. Like, why do we have to go to church? I'm upset that Trouble went into Capio's bed. I don't think I know that song, G. Yeah, my parents were always saying you're whining. Yeah, I was bad of Trouble. I don't think I think I probably will know that song once I hear it, but I don't know how it goes like without listening to it. Leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. That one? 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. Yeah, that's all I know from it though. Is Country Road Take Me Home John Denver too? Country Road Take Me Home to the place I bum bum West Virginia, Western Mama, take me home, country road, leaving. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. I remember this song when I don't know it well, leaving on a jet plane. I don't know it well enough to sing it, but I do remember it because when I was working as a waitress at a cafe, we would play the Simon and Garfunkel playlist, or like Pandora, and we'd have it on shuffle, and this song would come on. Yeah, I thought John Denver did Country Roads. West Virginia. Halcyon? What does that mean? How do you say it? Ooh, Halcyon. Apparently, Enneagram 9s are known for being Halcyon. Yeah, that is Norwegian. I guess Apollo is comparable to Thor, maybe. I can't believe this has only been going on for an hour. What's your favorite Greek or Roman god? I get the names mixed up, so it could be either. I like Artemis. I feel bad for Persephone. Feel bad for Pluto too, or Hades, I guess. I feel bad for. I like. You like Aphrodite? She was a troublemaker, but no shade. if that's who you like. Yeah, poor Pluto. I felt bad for Pluto. It's not right what he did to Persephone, though. At least she got to get away from him for a little while. Ugh. Athena's cool. Jormungandr. See, but these are these words that you already knew, or like you're just like looking up words and seeing which ones you like? Where's NE for INFJ? I mean INTJ. Athena, I think she's the a fighter. Oh, he's the brother of Fenrir. Who are these people? Is that Nordic? Oh, you knew. Oh, it is ignored, so it's fifth also. It's ignored for you. You did grow up in Greece, huh? They're pretty proud of their of being Greek, right? Greek people have like this like pride. I dated a Greek kid, and his parents didn't like me because or his dad liked me, but his mom didn't like me because I wasn't Greek. Snake and Wolf. You grew up in Greek, but you're not Greek at all. That happens. Fenrir and Jormungandr are from Ragnarok. Oh. Thor Ragnarok is one of Eric's favorite movies of the Marvel. It is a good one. What the fuck? What? G? WTF what? Did you guys hear how like I was looking at my brother's DNA compared to my DNA or genetic like background, and ours have like little varying differences in locations? Like he's more British Irish and I'm more Eastern European, and it shows. No, I'm not from Tuscany. I'm from southern Italy. No, let me see. Campagna, southern Italy. Campagna, Campania, Ania. Italy and Maltese 50%. These are the places on the European map. These are the places that I'm from. Yes, you can tell me a friendly joke. Why do mermaids wear seashells? They grew out of their bee shells. That's funny. That's funny, haha. Thanks for the hearts. I don't know whoever gives them, but I like them. No, gee, don't. I don't. It was too inappropriate. I'm gonna delete it. Why did the baby cross the road? No. I stapled it to a chicken. That's funny. You have some jokes in your pocket there, Timmy D. I like that one. I might steal that one. What's ligma? Hidden? What the hell? What happened? What did uranium say? Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess I did for Lig. What is it? Um, lick my. I see. I see. I mean, okay. I didn't see it coming. It happens. It's one I haven't seen before. Why are you sorry? And thank you. Have a good night. Good jokes, Timmy D. Yeah, like riff away. I agree. You don't have to go. I wasn't saying like what were we saying go or you just stopping by with jokes? Stopping by with jokes and going. Seems like. Why did the baby cross the road? Because I stapled it to the chicken. Stapled it. I guess it's important to stay humorful instead of humorless. Um Florence and the Machine, Cosmic Love. I feel like I've heard of it. The egg went first. For real? Like, don't listen to that person, G. The Dog Days Are Over, I think, is like the only song I could really think of that I know is a Florence Machine and the Machine song. No, I haven't seen a shark egg. They lay eggs? Shark is like one of my spirit animals. Or it was anyway. I haven't resonated with it in a bit, but one of the first like spirit animals I came across, like with myself. I thought they give live birth to live young. I don't know. Oh, gee, you fell into that one. Oh, you got it. Actually, you answered it. Yeah. Oh, mermaid purses. They're all around, gee. I wonder if it's a coping mechanism being a little shit. Because like talk of like World War III and stuff. Like I wonder if being a little shit is like a coping mechanism of sorts. Mm-mm-mm. Blue's good too. We can too. I want to like go through like one of the like some sort of book that I have and give random advice. Hmm. Okay. I have this book, Mind Over Mood, and I'll give random advice from it. Wait, this is going to be difficult. Okay, pick a number 1 from 322. Pick a number 1 to 322. And I'll give you random advice from this book, Mind Over Mood. No, because it's pages of a book. Hey!
Hey,
How'd it go?
I finished making that video.
Oh, sweet! Here he is, everyone.
We should return to the living room if we want.
Yeah, let's do it.
I have to say, very satisfying, rewarding to make a Typology video.
That's good!
Yeah, I really appreciate Sean making this happen.
Oh, he said he emailed you?
Yeah, I emailed him back.
Okay.
It's set to premiere at 11 o'clock. So this stream will end before 11 o'clock.
Can we chat in those?
In the premiere, sure. And if you want to stream again after the premiere, that's fine too.
Should I try to put Kitty in her bed?
You can try. She wouldn't stay there last time I
Oh,
put her
really?
there. But if
Okay.
you don't want her there, might as
No.
well. That's the best place to
It is
put
the
her if you don't
best.
want her there.
I feel bad, like I'm gonna be mean.
You want me to move her?
No, I should be brave and do it myself.
Oh, Billy Bragg, the communist, revenue shared me for covering his song.
Really
This is what I'm saying about ENFPs, right? They're absolutely hypocrisy proof. He's singing these songs that are promoting commie notions and stuff, and yet here he is revenue sharing me for not even playing his music, but for covering the song. I tell you, people and their ways. That's fine. I mean, how much money am I going to make on live stream? Like 5 cents? It doesn't matter. But still, my point stands. It's ridiculous.
Come on, Pippi, you can do it.
Yes, you're a good girl. That's your bed.
It's your smell.
And Trouble needs to stay out of your bed.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can't do that, G. That's too hard. I don't even know if that's possible. That would have two things live streaming concurrently in that context, and I don't think I could do that. I'll make this a little bit bigger. I don't think they're absolute cunts, but it's understandable that I or anybody would be annoyed at their apparent obliviousness to issues linking to hypocrisy. So I contradict myself. Life contradicts itself. That's a classic ENFP move right there. It probably doesn't bother people who don't rely on TI to do things.
We'll look up the compatibility through socionics with ISFJ and ENFP.
I think ESFPs and ENFPs are both equally prone to hypocrisy. It's just ENFPs may be a little more likely to ideate broadly about things they don't know anything about.
ESFPs and ENFPs make me both upsetting.
Well, I think that guy who typed for Sean, I suspect he's TI polar.
Mm-hmm.
His like explanation at the end of I couldn't make heads or tails of it. They're using their own made up system with a different way of understanding what conscious and unconscious are. I couldn't even tell what type they typed in. Just that they had on the screen FE, like any FETI and SI in some order, but not, I believe, in an order that represented an actual type. I don't know what the symbols they put between the letters mean or anything. But, the salient takeaway is that they, like most people who type wrong, they type with their intuition rather than with anything replicable. And the problem with that is, of course, that even if their intuition is great, they still can't defend their typing. There's no reason to prefer their great intuition over somebody else's great intuition when those great intuitions conflict. I'm not going to cover that, no. Oh, jet plane song. I thought you were talking about the song I was listening to earlier. I don't even know what that jet plane song is. I mean, leaving on a jet plane?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a difficult song to play, I don't
I
think.
don't know how it goes in the beginning.
I don't know how it goes in the beginning either. Seems an odd song to want to hear somebody cover. It's kind of like fine, but like nobody's favorite song, probably, right?
Yeah.
We could cover it in theory. Like Rachel said, I'm not sure I know the beginning of it either. I'd have to listen to it.
So this is surprising to me. ENFP and ISFJs are semi-duals.
Or you dealt with the PJ issue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Semi-duals, but like aren't, oh, I see. Okay, yeah, they must be because the dual will be ISTJ. The semi-dual is the same dominant function with the other one. So that makes sense. Someone left. I miss her so already. I'm sorry to hear that,
Yeah, me
G.
too.
Sorry to hear that. I'm not especially in the mood to play a cover right now. I'm kind of recovering from having actually applied myself a little bit. An unusual phenomenon, to say the least. So I tell you what we'll do instead, Rick. G. We will go over here, turn off the heater because now it's hot. It was cold, now it's hot. And we'll pull some bong rips. Maybe we'll step outside for a cigarillo. We'll see. Oh yeah, I did turn it off already. Okay. And then when we come back in, maybe I'll regale you with stories from my days as a pirate. I was back in the 1600s, late 1600s. I was a privateer, given permission by the British government to do piracy. So it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's freezing in a furnace. I'd be freezing in a furnace. What's wrong with your keyboard? It only has some of the letters. I was a sailor, okay? I preferred the term sailor or pirate or buccaneer, marauder of the sea. Perhaps seagoing miscreant. Sticky. Oh, you're saying what's wrong with this keyboard is that it's sticky. That's more likely to be correct than my answer, but a little bit less fun, I think. Uh, Fortunately, I was fortunate. I managed to avoid syphilis during my entire career as a pirate. Probably because I was still very shy about that sort of stuff, and Those wanton harlots weren't my scene. Every time we'd plunder a ship for treasure, I'd just be looking for drugs, and all they ever had was rum. So it was kind of a waste of my time, really. You were an actual seaman? Really? You don't get seasick? I could never be an ocean goer of any kind because I get seasick just looking at boats. We all were. Different kind of seaman, fly guy. God. It's very much like the difference between CAULK and COCK. Spelling matters. Yeah, you worked on a few cargo boats, big ones. Well, cool. Maybe you should open your own shipping company. Start with just a rowboat. And after you successfully complete various sea-bound deliveries, then buy a bigger boat. Keep working up until you're a captain of industry, G. I believe in you. You always wondered about the term poop deck. Well, let's find out. Why is the poop deck called the poop deck? Why is the poop deck called that? So the poop deck is the highest rearmost deck of a ship, named not for waste, but from the French word la poupe, stern, and the Latin pupus. Well, there you go. So stern, I think, is the back of the boat. Wait, is stern the front? No, stern is the back of the boat. Aft is the front of the boat. Um, then left and right are port and starboard, but I don't remember which one's which.
Weathered the storm here in the first period on the road, and we kept battling back. Big old by Mac tied up, and
How'd
they
you
saw
do?
Well, there's a post game.
So
Sounds like they won, but I unfortunately forgot to pause it, so I'll never know. I never had the opportunity now to watch the game without knowing what happened. All right, well, it's done checking everything. Premiere is officially cleared by YouTube to start at 11 o'clock. There are no restrictions. I don't know my face from my apt. Fair enough, Fly Guy. I'm not an expert on nautical words. Sure, I can tell you what it means when someone says that a boat is yar. It means the weight in the boat has been evenly distributed. And oh, sure, I can tell you that knots is a measure of speed in the water. And oh, sure, I could tell you that you can measure depth in the water by a furlong. But I'd prefer not to.
Is it you who told me that it's knots because they used to tie knots and
Yeah.
yeah.
And they have a rope with knots tied every certain distance, and they leave it behind the ship, like in the water, and then how fast it moved away from them over a certain period of time, how many knots it covered. That's how they measured their speed. But you know, those people in the olden days, they made it work. They didn't have GPS. They figured it out anyway. They had sextants and star maps and stuff like that. And you know, of course, the reality is, from what I understand, it's actually incredibly hard to use a sextant because you've got to get it lined up with the horizon and some celestial object, but the boat's going up and down, you know? So, how difficult is that? Yeah. But they figured it out anyway. Humans, they're resourceful, you know?
Yeah, they are.
Well, then why don't you think the Egyptians built the pyramids there? Because, like, I'd expect to see more artifacts of their resourcefulness and or documentation of it, given that they documented a lot of stuff. And, you know, the Egyptian civilization lasted so long that the Egyptian language had undergone several transitions over the course of the Egyptian empire, or whatever you want to call it, uh, such that by the end period, priests were the only ones still using what they called High Egyptian, which would be like an equivalent to Shakespearean English for us. Pretty interesting. Yes, it is true that at the moment, this title is lying. It's showing you Eric and not Rachel. But for a long stretch of time, the title was not lying.
Sure.
If there's no wind in the sails because you're in the doldrums, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you what you do. Get all the sailors to stand behind the backside of the sail and go like this. That's what you need to do, obviously. If you have enough sailors with strong lungs, you should be able to propel yourself forward that way. Oh, sure, you could ask the sailors to paddle if you want. Assuming you have some paddles on it. And they have to be long paddles because it's probably the boat's probably fairly high up from the water line. Uh, you know, boats measure. One measurement involved in boats is displacement. So a boat that's fully loaded will displace a certain amount of water and obviously sit lower in the water. But when you unload it, it's obviously going to go higher in the water. So they have to give a fair amount of leeway. So unloaded boats that are designed to carry a large amount of stuff in their holds, they tend to sit pretty high up off the water. So if you're going to paddle one such boat, you'd need a long paddle. Somewhere around, okay, G, you gotta be so vulgar in your way of saying things. Like, how about we say things like, hey, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. What I would say to you. So I'm pleased with myself today. Today was an example of how to get all of the benefits from Adderall with a sane amount. I just took what I'm prescribed today. And, well, just because you're allowed to do something doesn't mean it's a good idea to do it. I'm not agreeing with your statement there, but I am expressly disagreeing with the idea that being allowed to do things means it's advisable. Boy, I tell you who, I Generation X, yeah, stuff. Didn't see you there. Sorry, I didn't say hi. They followed the puckered star. Teabag, that's not a celestial object, okay? What was I gonna say then? About stuff? Things about stuff? Oh, right, I remember. What? Another tomorrow? Is that what the guy's name is? What is his deal? So you are keeping an even keel. You know what? I refuse to keep any kind of keel because I don't like boats. I don't like boats because you cannot travel on them without getting incredibly sick and pukey in the most unpleasant fashion. Oh yeah, so that guy, he like the point I was making, which was very simple and straightforward, is that there's a difference between systems that are operating according to the dictates of centralized control, such as a school system. Because it's dictated by a central authority, it has a schedule that everybody has to follow, and and it's not subject to free market pressures. It's also the case for, like, say, a job environment. It's a a system that's centrally controlled within that business. That whoever's in charge of it controls it, and accordingly, if let's say you work 40 hours a week, uh, it's up to the people controlling that as to how much flexibility you have regarding which 40 or where you work them from, stuff like that, right? And that those kind of systems are different than, say, our nation's various distribution networks. It's not the case that all these different restaurants and other businesses get everything that they need before they run out because some central authority has done a good job of directing where to distribute things. Instead, it works the other way around. The impetus comes from a decentralization, each individual agent determining for themselves, because they're the only ones who can conceivably determine this, when they actually need more eggs, right? And that it's that demand that drives distribution. This is like, in no conceivable world could anybody sanely disagree with what I'm saying. And it's not a particularly complicated notion either. That some some systems, or basically groups of processes accomplishing things, right? That they work according to the dictates of a top down kind of structuring, and some work the other way around. Namely, they are decentralized. That this is the case, I do not understand how I could ever, in a million billion universes, ever get pushback on that from anybody. It's like me saying the sun and the moon are different. Yeah, I don't care that they're both celestial objects. My point is they're not the same thing. The moon is not an example of a star, and the sun is not an example of a planet's satellite. I tore my nutsack trying to row my boat ashore. Well, that's because you had your oar handcuffed to your nutsack. That was your mistake. Oh, Billy Bragg. There I was, covering your song, singing effusive praises of your genius when it strikes, as it does in that song. And what do you do? Now, I know, you didn't sit at your computer, look at my video, and decide to copyright claim me. And copyright claims aren't a strike, it just means he gets all the revenue from the video. But did you ever have any kind of come to Jesus moment where you said, wait a second, I'm always advocating communism in my songs. What am I doing here? Claiming revenue for my intellectual property. How hypocritical of me. That seems like capitalism. My, Billy Bragg.
Yeah, really.
I actually don't have a problem with artists copyright claiming me and getting revenue for if I'm covering their song or playing their song or whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's hilarious that Billy Bragg does it and still can look at himself in the mirror, which I assume he's just completely oblivious to the fact that there's hypocrisy there. Or, like I said, if he notes that there's a contradiction, I'm sure he says, do I contradict myself? So I contradict myself. I am, what did Walt Whitman say? I am large, I contain multitudes. Okay, well, Walt Whitman and Billy Bragg. I don't know what to tell you. It it smells to me of just abject delusion. But obviously, that's just they're not. They're just DI polls. I think you are I think you are forthright in conviction. Well, thanks. I'd like to be. I certainly aspire to be forthright. Or another way of saying that is, I aspire to be to not be enigmatic. I don't believe in enigmatic stuff. If you're trying to express something to me, say it clearly, do a decent job of explaining it, and I will probably understand it no problem. If if you're saying something that's vague and mysterious sounding without actually answering my questions about what you mean, you are not communicating anything that I can make any use of anyway. Yeah, but do you play Fortnite? Nope, I don't. I don't play Fortnite. I don't play any video games. Although, I might play an occasional game of chess with somebody here on the channel, for example. That's happened before. Rachel and I, when we're not streaming, we'll spend hours just playing rock, scissors, paper game after one after another.
Mm-hmm.
We've been keeping score now for years, and our current score, believe it or not, is 100,000 wins apiece. I guess we're both equally good at rock, scissors, papers.
Yeah.
Paper. Just one paper, not papers.
Oh.
My bad. I misspoke when I said that. I also made a mistake at one spot in this video, but I just said, there's one spot where I meant to say FE or TEFI, but I actually said FE or FETI, which was wrong. But I just, I thought, I was gonna go and put like text over there, like asterisk correcting it, and I should have, but I pulled an Eric and was just like, good enough. Still, as far as I can tell, that's the only mistake in it. So that's not too bad. Oh. If you watch that video, when you hit that part, remember that I didn't mean to say that. I misspoke. We've only got 30 minutes until the big premiere. I'm excited about this. It feels like, hey, I remember this. I'm back doing like real work for the channel for a moment here. Typing sessions don't feel like real work, just recording. I mean, the typing session does, but like it doesn't feel like I'm doing work for the channel. I'm just recording work that I'm doing for money, right? It's different. And live streaming doesn't feel like I'm doing real work for the channel because it's the alternative to me doing that. It's doing what I want to do instead. Where did I put my coffee? I should stop trying to walk from one space to another while talking. Obviously, I cannot do it. Obviously, I'm incapable of doing that. You ever play dildo, rubber asshole, and bacon? Yeah, I played that many times. It's dildo pokes asshole, asshole swallows bacon, bacon smothers dildo, right? Or is it no? It's asshole smothers dildo. Dildo humps bacon. Dildo breaks bacon. Bacon cuts asshole. Is that it? I think so. What other people don't know is Dildos, Buttholes, and Bacon is actually a spin-off game from Dildos and Bacon, which itself is a spin-off of Chutes and Ladders. Obviously, the bacon is the ladder, the dildo is the chute. That wasn't clear. It should have been obvious to anybody. Because you can climb up bacon, obviously, because it's got little handholds and stuff. Well, I gotta get one more thing before I come up here. So, this problem I had following the dental surgery of a hole between my mouth and sinus where he pulled one of these teeth. Well, it seems to have fully closed, but I'm continuing to put this stuff on top of it because that's why it has been able to, and I want to put it under as little strain as possible. Well, yeah, I really appreciate what Jerry Sean made happen here. If I had known I would have found that as rewarding as I did, I wouldn't have charged them at all. But I'm still not going to return the money. It really, triggered a good SI relationship with my previously having done that kind of work on the channel, you know. Making videos where you're like playing clips and put up a little window of yourself and stuff is a bit of an undertaking. But this one actually proved to be pretty easy, in large part because the video that I was excerpting from was nicely chaptered for each successive question. The second half of the 2 hours was just a big long talk about God. I just kind of skipped through a couple spots through it to see that it was in all that, and it was. So I watched the first hour, then I skipped to the last like 5 minute chunk where the guy's explaining the stuff. And well, obviously it didn't take very long. I don't know how long it was that you guys were in the company of just Rachel, but it didn't seem like that long, really. I had multiple false starts, one of which was like, 8 or 10 minutes in before I had to stop and start over. I decided to start over. I could have said, okay, well, let's just try to have this be the first time, but I thought, I can do it better. In general, I should practice things a few times before I actually do it. But I should probably record all of them regardless because sometimes I might catch lightning in a bottle the first time or what have you. I feel today like I've got a good relationship with doing stuff. A lot of times with Adderall, I feel like I don't have a good relationship with doing stuff because I'm generally usually the reason is because I'm too whacked out, or I'm in the aftermath where it's no longer effective or something. Am I Iranian? No, I'm American. Here you go, kitty. You want to go inside? Why do you get that medication? I mean, technically, it's prescribed for ADHD, and I think, you know, when I use it well with a certain amount of discretion and with a mind towards like sustainable use of it, I like today I definitely got good effect from it in terms of not just productivity, but productivity in areas where I needed to be somewhat productive. Not just this. Oh, this was a nice happy occurrence. It's not something I made happen myself per se. Forget the per se. Not something I made happen myself. But it reminded me of how not daunting tasks in front of me can be, and really should be, if I had a healthier relationship with my executive functions. So today's a day that gives me a lot of hope and satisfaction. Made progress on the pond. There's a town, noted a help wanted sign in the Coast Hardware store. Uh, moved the barbecue around the back, which is a smart thing to do because I basically can't hear the neighbors usually back here. Just I can hear them out front. I turned the compost pile. Mm. Hmm. There were a couple things I didn't get to. What I was thinking about getting to. But I guess the main significant thing is I went to the hardware store and got the thing I needed so I could make progress on the pond. I have a tendency to drag my feet with SE moments like that. Okay, you made a decision. Now you just got to go to the store and buy it. I don't like spending money. I just put it off. Well, you either have made the decision to do it or not. Yes, I am going to do it. So go do it. I will. I will later. um, on the NHS. No, it's getting prescribed on label for ADHD. But what I'm saying is, I don't really believe in ADHD. I think ADHD is psychiatry slash psychology's pathologization of SE polar, SE eighth when properly diagnosed and prescribed. But more broadly, because it's not actually something wrong with anybody, but instead it's it's like FE people. I mean, I'm sorry, it's like SE people, SETE people pathologizing the sensory efficacy deficits of intuitives. Uh, and then because doctors themselves don't really have a meaningful way to diagnose it because it's not a real thing. Well, by their criteria of how you evaluate me, then I guess I do have it. But my point is that regardless of whether I have it, um, it's not a real disease in any sense of the word. So like things like if you have Down syndrome, there's something wrong with you. There's not a checklist of does he seem kind of dumb? Is he prone to uh, masturbating on the bus? Things like that, right? There's not some checklist, and if you meet like 5 or 6 of these 10 things, then you probably have it. And they try to do more rigorous kinds of testing, like, well, let's give somebody a boring task and see how long they can persist at it. But if it's a test that changes the frame of reference, and accordingly, people's behavior is not going to be reflective of anything in particular, except how what their responsiveness is to the demands of being tested. If they want to perform well, if they feel motivated, because this is a unique or unusual incident, I guess, and etc. So, and of course, it's difficult to determine if somebody has this is wrong with you thing if they don't actually have anything wrong with them. Yeah, well, and some of these things are real things and some of them are not. So, like, bipolar mania is a real form of mental illness. Uh, BPD, borderline personality disorder, is a real personality disorder with a explicit cause, namely childhood abuse. And then you've got things like autism spectrum, which is not real, is simply a pathologization of people with FE deficit areas in general. And then you've got actual autism, which is a real disorder. Now, some people would say, and have argued, and Fly Guy has successfully argued with me about this. I cannot win this point. My position is people with autism spectrum are not mild forms of the same thing that's wrong with people with autism. But I can't win that point. But neither can they. And it certainly is the case that at least some people diagnosed as autistic have absolutely nothing wrong with them at all. And it's simply FE projecting people pathologizing FE deficits. It certainly is a large number of people for whom that is the case. It's also the case that these days, autism spectrum, like ADHD, is a diagnosis that like achievement oriented parents want to get for their kids so they can attain those advantages like extra time on tests, stuff like that. which which renders any possible legitimate understanding of the spectrums thing as opposed to the actual autism. Uh, if there is any legitimate distinction there, like if it is legitimate that there's that those things are just mild and severe forms of the same spectrum, then it's basically impossible for us to ever determine that now because of the way it's diagnosed and because of the way it's treated by like education and stuff. The data is impossibly muddied by garbage. Two different consultant psychiatrists both saying different things in a way off diagnosis, which doesn't exactly instill faith in me. Well, what kind of things were they diagnosing you with? Or did one of them say, "You've got schizophrenia," and the other one say, "You have agoraphobia"? That would be quite a bit of gap between their diagnoses. Well, I said he's got social anxiety. Oh yeah? I think he has excessive social bravado. I didn't even know that was a disease. Oh yeah, it's a terrible disease. Excessive social bravado. Believe me, your old friend host Eric has suffered the consequences of that in his youth many times, especially in drinking alcohol. Maybe still to this day, he still commits errors in that area and incurs consequences. For example, talking about himself in the third person. Why don't they have that disease, huh? You talk too much. Now that's called excessive, or like, uh, inadequate deliberation syndrome. Yeah, I didn't think enough before he talks. One said delusional disorder, the other one said schizophrenia. Delusional disorder or schizophrenia? Well, what do they think you're delusional about? Like, what are the identifying characteristics of your delusion? You ever feel empty inside after you go to the bathroom? Yes, I do too. It's a good feeling. It's a good kind of emptiness. Kapita's back in her bed. I don't know if it's because of the cardboard thing I put down. Paranoia. Like, you think the neighbors are actually secret government agents spying on you? That kind of stuff? They probably aren't, but you never know. Because sometimes, like, agents are spying on you. And even, and because most of the time that people think that they have a mental illness problem, when people who don't have a mental illness problem think that, they get pathologized. Jared is a grand guy. Yeah, a good guy. Yes, he certainly is. In this country, you got to make the money first. Then, when you get the money, you get the power. Then, when you get the power, then you get the women. Who do I trust? Me. Oh, it's Tony Montana, the famed cocaine tycoon with a fondness for automatic weapons. They don't know their arse from their elbow. They can't tell which one is which. This thing here, I think, is my arse. No, that one down there, that's the one that's it. And what has been going on has been a real catch-22 situation. I'm sorry to hear that. Sounds frustrating. Is it possible to? I'm not saying you should do this, but I'm just curious. Is it possible to get private health care in England, or is there only public health care? Thinking people are trying to harm you, huh? Do you experience, say, moments of clarity when you make the determination, like, oh, that definitely wasn't real, or do you have a general sense of, I'm actually not sure? So we'll be ending the stream in the next, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. It's hard to get health care for your privates. That's not what I'm talking about, T-Bag. I'm not talking about the gynecologists and penis doctors of the world. I'm not sure what he's meowing about. No, the premiere is coming, G, at 11 o'clock. I probably can't keep streaming because I'm sure it only lets you have one thing live at a time. So I will be ending the stream. I guess to be safe, I'll end it at 10:50. XL Jinping coming for dinner. XL Jinping. I don't know who. Actually, oh, you're talking about the Chinese premiere. I read that it's XL, but it actually is XI. I should have made it even bigger than I did, I guess. 1 out of 10. What do you mean? To eat my cat? Was that the joke? I didn't even know it was a joke that you were making. I just thought it was non sequitorial. I mean, I believe you, Alex Holdfast. You know, people do end up in situations where other people are a threat to them. Especially if you accidentally got caught up in some, wrong place, wrong time kind of stuff. And that shit can definitely play out in bad ways. One of the strangest things that ever happened to me, other than my disappearing, reappearing spatula, happened many years ago. My friend Corey tell me things like that, people were following him around. He perceived himself as being gang stalked. And I always thought, okay, that's crazy, dude. That, that doesn't make any sense. Why would all these different people be following you around? Then one day, we were driving, and he's like, well, like that guy, for example, is following us. Well, that guy's not following us. It's just some guy in a random car behind us. It didn't look like a police, like a undercover vehicle or anything. It was just something like a Celica or whatever. And he's like, I'll show you. And So he turned, the guy turned with us, he turned again. He turned a bunch of like random turns. The guy follows every single turn. He started speeding up. The guy started speeding up and chasing us. I was like, oh my God. I guess you're right. I have no explanation for it. I guess I have a conceivable explanation. Maybe the cops were following him. He did it. I don't remember if this happened after or before.
He's asking you to watch. I literally just
No,
want
he has no food.
Oh. You need food too.
Okay. So pretty crazy stuff, right? I don't know what to make of it. Could have been undercover cop. Didn't look like it, but you know, like I said, it wasn't some Pontiac with tinted windows or something. Regardless, Corey was able to intuit that the person was following us or have determined that somehow, and he was right. I don't know. Weird. Oh, for you, it's Chinese Mafia? Well, this was a white guy that was following us. Regardless, I gotta end the stream now because I don't want to encroach on the territory of the premiere. So, thanks for being here. Hopefully, you'll watch the premiere, and I'll see you later. Love you.